Hello, good afternoon. Let's pull the volume on that down. Okay, so plan today. Actually get some factory built. So I have considered things. I'm probably going to make a tweak or two. We have a nice little space here allocated for where the second lot of iron processing is going to go. I may actually blueprint a second one of those that's the opposite way around so that I can mirror this and have the two facing each other and double their output rather than simply continue to extend it upwards. But we have allocated a space over here that's going to be for where our final components are going to be built. This is going to be part of the VoD network. I have created a second power line going along there. We've disconnected this one from along here. It still comes from over there to here, but I may... It depends on how far the road's going to go. We are going to need a road coming from up there down to here in all likelihood, because I want to have up where the steel is going to be made, I want to have all three steel products and the iron rods. And then I want them to go into some kind of storage system, into tractors and into a storage tank of some description, probably over there. We might have all of our item storage here. We have a lot more space to work with than I initially thought, so things should be fine. Over in this direction, this area here is going to be for production of steel plates and screws. We haven't finished off the foundations just yet. I was thinking about having the road come straight the way along here. I may still have that because it lines up nicely over there. But I do like the idea of the road going straight the way through the middle of the factory, which would require it to go through this line here. And I think that is probably what we're going to do, because that's what I'm leaning towards. So we make some adjustments. And this is going to be... what's the paint tool? I think that's the default one. Ah, okay. It's not as distinct as I would like it to be, but we don't have access to actual concrete yet. Did that copy the paint with it? It did not. Okay, that's fine. It'll be asphalt once we have access to asphalt. Okay. Accidentally paint something else, did we? No, but we did miss one. Now, if the road is... Excuse you. I don't believe this required access to... paint or anything anymore. Okay, that being the case, then this section here needs to be brought up slightly. Which does mean it's going to need an additional under foundation. Okay. And this bit as well. There's a few, or a couple of blueprints I want to make as well. So let's just get the blueprint thing put down. I want to make a 3-to-3 load balancer. Okay, this is the front. Which angle or which way round do I want this to be placed? The arrow will point this way, so I would rather have the outputs be this way. Okay, so we're going to need mergers. Now, do we stack these vertically, or... I don't know which way around. It's going to be easier to do this vertically than it will be to do it horizontally, just because of space constraints. Yeah, because the inputs of each of these are on those sides. Okay, so vertically it is then. That's fine. I'm not a massive fan about how these overlap, but I think they are overlapping in such a way to be compliant with this. Yeah, okay, that's fine. Right. Here's the wrong type of thing. Okay, so this will be in a too long thing. Right, each one of these needs to go to one of these. How do we do this? What part of the shape don't you like? Because there shouldn't be any problem with that shape. Okay, wants to be out a little bit more. If we just do default, default can figure that out. We'll use default for now just so that we can figure out where everything wants to be connected. Yeah, we are going to have to move them out a little bit. Shockingly, I think this does the trick without actually over-clipping too much. Or the items on the belts being able to clip too much. I don't know if this is necessarily the best way around to do this. Let's see. You have a connection to bottom, to the middle, to the top. You have a connection to the bottom, to the middle, to the top. Wait, wrong one. To the top. And you have a connection to the bottom, to the middle, and to the top. I don't mind it. I wouldn't mind if it was a little bit cleaner, but I'm not sure exactly how I would go about making it a little bit cleaner. And if we actually just want to turn this into a 3 into 2, we can just knock out the top one and all the connectors go into it. Well, probably knocking out the middle one might actually be the better way of doing it. The biggest offenders for clipping would be this one here, or these ones here. These top ones we could actually just pull out further this way, which would reduce the amount of clipping. But the ones that figure eight through the middle, can't really do that with that. And if we pull these ones out any further, I think we just leave it like this. It's good enough. It should do the trick. Okay. 3. Oh, we're not allowed that in it. We'll put it in undefined for now. And we'll give it the look of the belt that is being used. Okay. If we knock out the middle one, then we do still need to provide support for that. Which I don't think it's going to let us do easily. No, the metal pillar's still going to be too big. Okay, that being the case, let's reload that blueprint. And knock out the top one. And there's our 3 to 2 load balancer. Do I have a reason to use a 2 to 3 anywhere at the minute? No, everything at the minute should be a end up with 3 belts. Okay. Ah, wait, no, do we need to put it back down again because there's one other thing we want to do. We want to mirror or build a mirror of that, which is actually not going to be hard. Load blueprint. Smelter module. All we do is we reverse the belts. Everything else can stay exactly the same. Oh, we do need to flip these around. Can we rotate these in an easy way? Do we actually have to pick them up? Because if we do, then we've got to do the belts on the other side. So that's fine then. We don't need to do this anyway yet, but in the event that we, I say in the event, when we are ready to double up our iron production or copper production, then we are going to need this. Okay, that is 60 on it. That is 60 on it. That is 120. That one's 120. Oh no, we do have a reason that we want this now rather than later, don't we? Wrong way round. This is a splitter. It is the input side of this. Okay. And we save this as mirror, since there is not a button to mirror in the game. Okay, and we wanted that for this over here. To which end this doesn't belong here anymore. It goes here. Let me check. If we do it that way, then we have a very large gap between okay, yeah, but that's fine. What we can do is we'll extend these over rather than have a second set of stairs when we get to that point. If we ever get to that point. I'm sure it's something we will. I think there's a Mark III miner. Okay, I want the blueprints, you're not supposed to be in here. There we go. You're supposed to be here. Okay, output that side. That's what we want. We're not going to be able to mirror the or do... These are going to hit each other. Unless we have the path straight the way through in range of these stairs. Well, that's fine. We're not expecting to have vehicles automatically driving along these paths. Oh, and this could have gone back further anyway. At which point it does still work, I think. 1, 2, actually, yeah, no. Same things apply. Okay, duly noted. That's fine, this all works, it just means that we have to tear all of this down. Okay, better. Okay. Get this down, and then that's that sorted. Okay, all of this is iron. We had a graphical glitch for a second there. Okay, that's all of them programmed. Was you lined up with that in mind? No, that's still going to be too low if we want to actually build on this area here. Put you back into early mode. Good. Oh, we need to go restock our iron. Okay, no, that's fine. Ramp. Painter. Okay, this being the case, we do need to make a tweak over here. We actually have to move the entire road over. And we're also ending up reducing the amount of space we have here. Did I not destroy you? Try that again then. These are supposed to be explodable, so that you can get them out the way. Well, that's infuriating. Why is this one immortal, whereas the others are not? My headphones are still too loud, that's why. I was wondering why the volume in my headphones was louder than I thought it should be. It's because they are too loud. Oh yes, I meant to temporarily disconnect these from the systems. Okay. Actually, while I remember, we need to start eating up from our inventory. Oh, these really don't cost as much as I thought they did. Okay. Let's try one more time. We'll be a little bit more insistent about it. Are you really immortal? Yeah, I think I'm going to need a nuke to get rid of you. That's just irritating. It's going to be in the way. Okay. Oh, that's something we didn't do. We'll do that next. Do I want to load balance them or merge them first? I think I probably want to merge them first, I think. That is the output of these three and the output of those three, so we have 3 belts of 140. 240 rather. One, two, three, four. 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, 1, 2, 3. That should be about 45 degrees then. How to do this? Oh, that was too close. You would think, having only done this 2 days ago, I would remember specifically where this needs to be placed. You're not even at a 90-degree angle. How do I do that? Face me. That isn't even. We got them all wrong.
Okay, you can more or less go straight into there, but I think I want to... Because we have the opportunity to make it perfectly straight, we will do. Why you? I mean, that is straight, it's just that it's slightly off angle. Also, that belt is moving the wrong way. There we go. I think we might do the same thing for that one as we've done with all of the others. That is... bring it around the corner. Ah, that's how we actually did all the others. We didn't put it there. We put them all here. Oh, you can be in default mode now. It's going to be straight enough. There we go, and then we wire these all up to that. We're probably going to have a whole bunch of belts running along the side of buildings, same as wires. Three isn't really big enough to make anything with. Our MAM is over here, and if we have our factory here, I need some way to get to the MAM. I may just have a wall with a door here instead. Okay. Just thinking. Over here is where we're going to be making plates and screws. This entire area here is allocated for it, which is probably more than we need. So we do need that iron over here. We should probably get some walls up. Particularly if we're going to route things along the outside on walls.
I don't inherently mind it being done this way, since strictly speaking these will be separate buildings. But we do need to then consider the belts. And then I think here is where we're going to have 3-3 load balancer. Okay. Okay, we're going to need 2 more mergers. Oh, that's a shame. Could you do that? You can do that. Oh, we have this the wrong way around. If we wanted this to be straight, it would come out slightly. Okay. Seriously? I suppose that does shift you forward slightly. So I can see why it might have an issue with that. What if we did it this way? That doesn't seem like it should be too steep. We can't do that because the others are coming in from this direction. How to do this cleanly? I suppose probably about as clean as we're going to get it. Okay, so that's 2 120s to a 240, 1 120, and then there's going to be another one from over there. We can merge 2 of the ones over there, so we only need to bring 2 this way. Which means we probably want the bottom one to be... I connect on the wrong side. No, we're connecting on the right side. It just doesn't know how to do this. From there. May need to... give it something to latch onto before it goes in. Okay. All of our steel goes in here. Now, or rather iron. And we just need to bring that lot of iron over to here. Do we input it to the bottom or do we input it further up? We've left lots of space at the bottom. I need an idea of how big, how tall one of these is. I know they fit neatly on a foundation piece. Okay, yeah, we do want the wall to actually be 3 tall. I didn't realise I had made this exactly 10 long. That was not intentional. So I think we'll have these actually go up a bit more. We'll have them up there. And bring them down. Okay, that being the case, I'm curious about something. Okay, we don't actually need them that far apart. We can squeeze them together a bit closer if we need to. I mean, for the sake of consistency, we probably should do. Okay, we can get 2 on a wall. Let me go correct that down there. I'm not sure that connected to the thing I wanted it to connect to. Yeah, no, it didn't. Okay. Okay. We merge those two together to connect them to the top, and then that one just wants to go in there. It would be good if this had a wall as well, so... Not sure what this building is going to be yet. Okay, I don't think that's going to clip as badly as I thought it might. Okay. Now what about these two? Because we need to merge them. I get the feeling that we will be aided by a little bit of altitude in this instance. So we need a merger. Now, where did that snap to? Okay, so that snapped to the other side of that. Okay, that did work. It is lined up. And I don't mind that little bit of clipping. Yeah, bollocks. Hopefully that's connected to the right thing. Now, what about you? Okay, that should do the trick, methinks. It might be time to power up these mines. Or at least the iron mines. Copper one can wait for a while because we've not figured out the specifics of where we're doing copper processing, which may actually just be that area there. We may use the high point here as just a way to designate another section. Oh, that is very convenient. That was unintentional, but it's very convenient. That's only connected by virtue of that, so let's disconnect this for the time being. We are probably going to have a internal connection going around the corners. Connect to that. Okay, that's on, that's on, that's on. That all looks good. That all looks good. That all looks good. Oh. That's all good. The thing that interests us most is going to be that all three of these belts do pass through fine. So that one doesn't merge, that just goes. That one's going in and out it goes. Good. Oops. Well, we have stuff on all the lines, which is good. What? The other one said it would make it. Mildly irritating. Okay, that's fine. Top one first, otherwise it makes it harder. Oh, it does just clip through the miner. No biggie. Okay, and that gives us 3 lots of 240 iron output. Now we need to do stuff with it. We don't have doorways yet, do we? Strictly speaking, would want a door there. Be able to get in and out. Okay. That's going to need to be moved. This is here temporarily. Okay, that wants to be moved, so let's move it. Might as well move that as well. Have it around the front. You have a fat ass. Okay. We actually never put up our walls around this thing. This thing was supposed to be enclosed at some point. Although we do still need glass. We need so many things in the Autumn shop to actually be able to make things look half decent. Do I want to move that now? That's my manual item duplicator. It's a little bit closer to the wall than I'd like it to be. Do we actually want to have any intention, or do we have any intention of doing any kind of automation with this thing? Or will we literally just be manually throwing things into it? For the time being, we're manually throwing things into it, so it's fine. Okay. And the duplicator doesn't take effect until after we've run it once. At some point I might want to get a power switch here. Can we actually make power switches yet? I think we can make power switches. Just so that we can turn on and off the use of biomass. Power switch is off. Okay, that's fine. Grid A, grid B. Why is it consuming a tiny amount? Because of the power switch. The power switch is probably... No, because that would be... Does this thing require a gentle trickle? No, because that thing's not even powered by the biomass. Some part of the biomass plant is running at the minute. But why? What is using a tiny amount of power? It's got to be the switch. Consumption 0.3. Do these things have an idle power? They must do then. We don't actually need those in there now. These things must consume 0.1 power when idle. That's fine. That's still going to take an age to get for it to burn through the actual fuel that's there. Okay. I mean, we could actually just turn this on now. Connect the two grids, because then the consumption isn't going to be working off that. Right, we need to feed you a singular rod. There we go. Now you're in duplication mode. Oh, we should have made our nobelisks in there to make better use of the small amount of coal we have left. Okay. Drink. Let's distract ourselves with the other end of the problem. And there was a reason for this madness. I actually want to get some kind of idea as to how much item generation I am going to need. That is the same distance, that's fine, okay. For some reason this looked smaller for a second, and it's probably just because of this black line going down the middle of it making it look smaller. So, in theory, you make us smart plating, you make us versatile frameworks, and you make us automated wiring. Now you make 2.5 per minute, we give you that. Now you make 10. We give you that. Oh, damn it, we're going to need to find some more soma loops. We need more of them. You just need to double that, and then you're at 10 per minute. You're the one that's going to be a problem, but I think... Yeah, and then with a Somas loop, you will be producing what we need. Okay, so we need to make a diversion. We need to find ourselves some more loops. I wouldn't mind getting some more Mercer spheres as well. But this will still give us an idea of the kind of production we need. And do I have... I had one at some point. One second, I'm just looking for... Did I spell that wrong? No. At one point, I had a spreadsheet for Satisfactory. It was probably a Google Doc, if I'm being honest. Large turbine calculations. There we go. Satisfactory spreadsheet. Smelters, constructors, assemblers, elevator parts. Oh look, it was basically configured for this. Okay, so if we want to make 10, 10, 10... Ah. I did not set it up properly. That's better. Okay, so that gives us that. We need a production of 60 steel beams per minute, a production of 200 cables per minute, 100 stators. Now, has that rolled back into the other ones? That's working on the assumption that none of these values have changed. Stators per minute, 5 out of 2 gives us 10, which needs 80 wires. Is it calculating this automatically? Planner, smelters, constructors, assemblers, elevator parts. We did make it clever. There's a single page that we just need to go to. So 4 there, so 5 there, 2 there, 4 there. This is working on the assumption that all of this is still correct. Sorry, I know you can't see this. Total is required. $1,000 to the next tier is 1,000. Why do I have required a next tier? I'm not sure why I've configured it this way. But mostly I'm just looking for the basic numbers. So reinforced plates, we're going to need 4 factories making that, modular frames, 3 factories making that, rotors, four factories making rotors, four factories making stators, how clever did I make this? I'll worry about this later. For now, we need Somas loops. I didn't realize these required 2 each. Okay. If we're going exploring, is there anything else we need? We have fuel. We could get rid of some stuff from our inventory, but I'm not too worried. We can't use this thing in a vehicle, so we may as well go on foot. I'm entirely sure the kind of range this thing has. Up there. I know there's at least 50 Somas loops on the map, and 150 of these. We've already grabbed whatever that is. There's another Mercer in that direction. We need to be further up the cliff to get to it. And of course it's these guys in here. Purple power slug. Gas masks, we have gone through them. Oh god damn you! You didn't do that last time. There we go. One more of these caves over here that we may as well poke our head in case there's a some sloop in there. Well, this cave I think is a fair bit bigger than the other one. Oh, one of you. What do you spawn? Is it just that you spawn a lot of them? Yeah, you just spawn more of them. Twice as many. Oh, there's another little one there. Oh. Okay, health is getting low. There's no way there's just two of these things here. There's always more than two. Oh, there is a way that we could drive straight from one side to the other. How many coal veins was there in this little bit? Ah, yeah, there was some up there as well. So 2 down here. And there's the other one. Not what we're looking for, but at least now we know. And we can use this to get up. I know where there is one loop that we could grab. But we are going to have to be a grab and go kind of affair. Because it's right next to some... uranium. You're a slightly different colour. You're almost certainly another one's gonna spit rocks at me, yeah. That's a slightly different charge. Okay. One, 2, 3. We could grab it, but we'd need to end up disturbing these anyway. We need how many of these? At least 2 more minimum for what we're planning. This one feels like it's in a cave. Or it's going to be in a cave. Nope. Oh, I know which one that one is. That one is the one that's by the uranium. Where we'll have to smash and grab. And hope it doesn't kill us. There you are. Where's your guard? There you are. Spawning in a little slow.
This bleeding temple hums a resonant song. Play for us.
2, 3. There's another one.
Listen to the rhythm.
I didn't push that button, game. What are you doing? Get rid of the ammunition type selection thing. I pressed no such button. Let it go. Okay, health is fine. You're just a little one.
Consume. Look through the window.
Oh, god damn it, my map markers. One moment, please. This fixed them last time. Hopefully it will fix them this time. I'm fairly sure I'm looking at it. Better. Yeah. So you're pointing me at that. Let's get it to remove it from our list. I'm not going to make it over there. Best way to get onto this would be this one over here. And at that point we only need one more. I think we're not quite getting it close enough to grab onto this. Oh, there we go. That's a new one. Never had it. Ah, that's a good point. We've never actually gone from that one. We normally go from that one, which is an easier turn for it to make. So the loop is there, but it's right next to some uranium. And I don't know whether or not we're going to be able to pick it up before dying to the uranium. We may have to just run in and bail. Or run in, chug some copium, and then bail. Okay, no, we're fine. I'd be surprised if either of these were up here. Okay, I can see that one. Oh, there's a crash thing over there we've not dealt with yet. That's a power slug. Hey, big guy! Do you want to charge your way off the cliff? I'd love it if you'd charge your way off the cliff. Not charge me off the cliff, try that again.
Defiled through the scripture.
No, we didn't take as much damage as I was expecting to. Okay. Yeah, fairly sure that one's got to be underground. Probably down there. Okay. We have power relatively nearby. I don't think it's close enough that we can just connect it straight up though. Again with the uranium. And we have a uranium infected big beastie. No, let's... uh-oh. Let's come back to this when we have means to deal with the uranium. Okay. Okay, it is definitely underneath us. That being the case, let's... Goddamn uranium. Anywhere else before we head too far down? Devil is that? I've been collecting the berries to tame you, but I could tame you, but you'd never be able to follow me. But we want the achievement anyway. Let's see what happens if we tame a lizard doggo on a cliff. Oh, there's some status there. Let's throw that in there, throw this in here. Alien stuff. We need to feed the lizard doggo, not pet the lizard doggo. I don't think the Xenobash is used to craft anything, so I think that's just a spare basher. I forget. That's us eat it. Do we throw it on the ground? That might be the way it's done. Doggo with long name. Let's tame them both and then we'll leave them down here to their own devices. Assuming the one behind me doesn't eat the food that we just put down for the one in front of me. Just a doggo, couple of doggoos with long names. Okay. Right. Can't let ourselves get... Something wants to attack us. Can't let ourselves get too far down. No, we're at the point where we want to be over here now to get our loop. Our health is at max. Have we come too far down?
This bleeding temple hums a residence song. Play for us.
Oh dear. I just seen what's down there. Okay, there's the exit. Are they normal ones or big ones? I think they're normal ones. Our light doesn't go far enough to be able to see anything else. More lizard doggoos. And of course they're around here. Is there anything else we can throw in here? Did we never throw... We haven't thrown any copper sheets into here, so let's empty them out of our inventory. We can throw the plastics in here now as well. Just to get things out of our inventory. Damn it. Damn it! There was a cave up there we didn't check. God damn it, why'd you spawn in so late? Come on, I see you. And up 1, 2. Come on. Come on. Okay, there's 3 of you over there. Oh no, 2 at least. 3 total. Hey. There is 3 more over there. Okay, I'm gonna have to go for this now. There you are. Disagree that I didn't hit you twice. Terrain hitboxes. Oh no, there's another. Might be time to huff again. So is the Mercer Sphere down here? Nope, it was never down here in the first place. No idea where here is.
Oh, we just looped right the way back into this cave. We have done. That's fine, because there was, if I can remember where the hell it was, there was an entrance. A cave entrance somewhere where we could explore a bit more, but I think it was further up. I don't like the idea of leaving a place half explored. Here it was. More lizard doggoos. And a way out. Okay, I think this area here we've generally explored. Certainly that lot up there, although we did get notice that there was a Mercer-sphere. Not saying up that way, but it seems a bit too close. Yeah, there's one this way somewhere. I'm sure it's not up there. Down here.
Follow the veins to the altar and chant. Listen to the rhythm.
A full menagerie of things over here. Stop hiding in the leaves. There was two of you though. There you are. Okay, so that should be that Mercer-sphere. We have all the loops we need now, don't we? Yeah, we have 4, which is what we wanted. I can't see there being anything behind this particular waterfall, given that the cave is just over there. So we have the things we wanted. We have an additional 4 spears, so that'll let us make 4 of those depots. Yeah, okay. We have everything we want. No need to go looking for more stuff at the moment. Let's empty out what we don't need in our inventory, and then I need to go to the toilet. In fact, we'll do things the other way around. We'll just get ourselves to a safe location first. Maybe this factory isn't as big as I thought it was. I'm trying to compare it to the first factory that we made. Maybe I'll load that up just to give you an idea. I'm not entirely sure, space-wise, how things are. Okay. Yeah, we can throw those into dimensional storage for now. And the Xeno Zapper spare we can put away. Throw that in there, throw that in there. Throw my Cydia in there. Wait, they don't go in here. What am I doing? Anyway, quick break. 1 moment, please. Okay, back. Right. Let's quickly sort out these. Because that's what this is for. Does this actually work? It does. And then we need to quickly go through this one as well. Okay, so now that we have our loops, we can throw them in. Okay, what we'll do is we'll get the spreadsheet out. I'll double check the numbers on it because there's going to be at least one alternate recipe that I'm going to probably prefer using. That's going to give us a stack of 100, isn't it? When compared with this, yes. Which way did I put the out? The out is over here. Damn it, there's a slidey bit there. It is actually a nice place for it to sit. Because the next thing is to convert them into DNA. And they only stack to 50. That's going to take a little while. Okay, there's 4 stacks of that. How many gas masks do we have? 15. It's plenty enough for now. Just thinking if there's anything else we want to restock up on. I don't think so. Okay, so these do want to be, just because of how many Somos loops we have, we can't really do anything in terms of stacking these machines, so we do need to make sure that they can output at the speed, so they're going to eat a lot of power, or at the very least. This one's going to eat a metric crack ton of power. These two are going to be less so. I know, because this one's 200% as well, so that's going to eat a bunch of power as well. Right. Let me pull this out into a different window so that I can have it over on this screen, although I can't pin it. Let me go to studio mode. Add. Window capture. That is exactly the window that I want. Match title, otherwise find window of the same type. No. Match or window title must match. So in theory, it should never show any of my other browser windows. Let me crop it down a bit. And then transform, center vertically, transition, off studio mode. Okay, so in theory, 2.5, 1, 2 minors. Let's think about this. How have I set up this bit? Iron ore, we have 6 of them. Have I? Yes, that's how I did this. I think this is also including steel production, in which case we will have 3 of those. Copper, we have 3 output in 120. Limestone, we will have 2 output in, I think they're normal. Let me just go check. We are the wrong side of our factory. We're going to need to buy ourselves the factory cart soon. That's one of the reasons why we have we've allocated space for roads, so we can use either the factory carts, which I don't think uses fuel, or the Explorer. I didn't actually need to come all the way over here. I could have done this way. That's normal purity, that's normal purity, and if we need a third one, we have a third one. Okay. So we have 2 at normal purity. Caterham ore, that's a pure node, but at the minute we only have a Mark 1 miner on it. We actually don't have any oil. Raw quartz. I think that's a normal node. 2 normal nodes. And the sulfur mine is 1 normal node. It's going to be too far away to ping from here. I think they're normal nodes, but they're running at still on Mark 1 miners. Okay, and we will have the equivalent of 3 coal mines running at that. Okay, we have 12 of those. We're going to have 24 of those. 4, 4, 4, 12, 2, yeah, 24 of those. Oh, that's what planned meant. How many extras we're going to make. We only actually have 1 smeltery at the minute. Oh yeah, and we overclocked those. How many of these was it? I think 12, wasn't it? It worked out in my head.
45 times 12 works out as 100 or 720, doesn't it? No, it's 540. Um, 16? Maybe it was 16. 45 times 16. That was it. In theory, we can have a production of 16. Let's check the numbers in this. Okay, so that's 30, 15, 45. So I think those numbers are the same. 30, 15, 45, 45. And yeah, that's 45 in, 15 out. I honestly don't remember how many of these I set up. I think I just set up the one because it was just something to leave it over there and forget it. That's fine because I'm fairly sure that this is prepped for, or this had I had started to configure this for the next year on my first playthrough. Okay, so right, next we want to make sure that basic construction stuff is okay. So that's 20 plates per minute for 30 ingots per minute. Iron rods we're going to change because I think I'm going to use... Oh, did we not grab that recipe? Or is it just waiting? It may just be waiting. Because both of them were much and muchness, and I don't think I made a decision. Yeah, steel rods are still here, so I think I was going to grab that. Bolted iron plates. That's probably going to need a whole bunch more screws. Six, 12 for one. $18.50 for 3, and it's faster. That uses more screws to produce faster. Because 6, 12, 18 is the same amount of plates, but it'll be 24, 36 to have this in a single factory rather than in multiple. So I don't really like that. But I think I do want this one.
We're definitely not going to use that, so let's select that one. This will produce more faster for effectively the same amount of iron. It does require that we have more steel, but that's fine. We're going to have more steel. So we need to... How would we go about modifying this? This would need to become steel. There's not a search thing on this. It's all manually done. So these will pull from... This is where it's set up. Right, yes. That's interesting, what it's done to my avatar. Oops, I just realised that showed my email address. So yeah, we need to change that. There's all just a calculation done here, so... They're iron rods, but the recipe is called steel rods, and that's... God, what calculation is that? It's 48 per minute to produce 4. Oh yeah, it's 48 divided by 4, it's 12. 12 to 48. Constructor B7. How can I add alternates into here? Everything is going to be feeding off of this one, so if I use this instead. This is steel rods. You pull from... D11, D12. Oops. The total is a feedback from there, so that'll be L11, Check on screws. Yes. L11. Okay, and required here is that. And what we can actually do, because they're basically shared, how do we show that they're linked though? Suppose I could just do that instead. Ah, but then this number doesn't work. Oh no, this number does work. We'll just do that. It's not going to colour correctly, but we just need to be paying attention to this column here. Right, now steel ingots needs to have 3 and 7 M11. Okay, that adds on production for steel rods. Was there any other things? 6 and 12. Let's just make sure that these are all okay. That's an assembler recipe. Five plates per minute is, yep, 6 and 12 effectively. Cables are 2 to 1. Wires are 1 to 2. With an output of 30. Concrete is 3 to 1 with an output of 15. Screws, this is the other one that we're going to need to make some modifications for. Because we're going to cast them. You should be smart enough to know what happens if I do that. I need you down one more. And that is... how's the math on that work? 50 per minute. Makes 50 per minute, but in order to make 50 per minute we need 2.5, 5, 10, 12.5. Planner C1, C12. Planner C11, C12. Ah, we do need to tweak that. We forgot to tweak that. That'll be D11, D12. Okay, we did fix that. Screws. Okay, that's F11. F12. B15. C15. Okay, so in theory, make one lot of cast screws, 2.5, and that 50 does go into there. Good. So that's all good. Rotors. That second recipe saves so many more screws, but requires copper. Let's think about this one first. So the automated wiring is the thing that's going to need cables, and lots of it. Cables are made here. We only have one way to make cables. So we need to make 4 lots of cables, which means we need to make 8 lots of wires. We have the copper for that. And that would still leave us with actually plenty more. We'd still have 2 additional lots. What about sheets? What's consumption speed of sheets? 2 to 1. So make 6 of them to make 60 per second. Then that should in theory use up another one of those. Let's plug in the data for the alternate rotor recipe, because we may use it. It's really going to depend upon how many screws we have to make. Any other recipes that we may need to tweak? Stator is pipe and wires. Okay, that all looks correct. Let's create a copy of this. This is a copper rotor, or we'll call it rotor copper so that it's easier to see. The assembly line, shunt that over, copy, paste. We're doing the engineering part of this. Okay, so this uses... The numbers in this are so awkward. Copper sheet, isn't it? Yes. It's because it doesn't round. Okay, but it does give it... Oh, that's better. We can just pull the numbers from here. Thank God for that. 22.5, 150... produces 11.25. Oh, nice. We can have them both open at the same time. It uses more screws, but it produces more rotors for those screws. Okay, so we need to copy this over from the planner. That's E. Wait, why is that a plus, not a multiply? All right, planned, yes. Because it's the number we have plus the number we plan on building. So I could keep track of what we did and didn't have when I was making all of this stuff up. Okay, and then we come into here again. We do that, that. You add to H11. Consumption doesn't change on this, but we do need to change consumption on the constructors. Copper sheets is I11. What else was using copper sheets in here? Ah, the AI limiter uses it. The other thing is screws. That's J11. So many things use screws. At least you think so many things use screws until you realise no, that just the things that use screws use a lot of screws. Okay, so that should be those plugged in. So in theory we would only need one production of copper rotors to meet our targets. And that's not going to go anywhere near close to using all of the copper sheets that we would make using this particular setup. So I would be tempted to double wire production. Because I know I'm going to need more wires later. I think at least. Or maybe it was just the amount of cable that we needed to produce that became a bit of a problem. We're actually theoretically needing to make half as much as it as we used to be able to. Modular frames 2 is 3 and 12. I should probably put this down here. Makes more sense for it to be there. And we should shift these down one by again. Yeah, just to keep them separate. They were separated out for a reason. Okay. Is there a, I was wondering if there was a list of already researched alternates. Let's hide that for a second. Wait, why can you see that? There's no reason whatsoever that that should be being tracked. I accidentally turned keyboard on, that's why. It must not be configured to track specifically. That is not a window of the same type. Title must match. Otherwise find window of the same executable. Better. There we go. Now that won't do that if I accidentally turn it on. Yeah, no, I was wondering whether or not there was a easy way to get a list of alternates. Why does there appear to be alternate iron ingot recipes? I don't think screws are actually going to be as much of a problem this time around. Let's have a look, sees. Let's plug in some numbers. So we're going to need some stators. And we only need one of them. Reinforced iron plates. Modular frames. Okay, steel pipes, steel beams, cables, wires. Interesting. Does anything else in this list need iron? No, so that would be 400 for 100 iron. Whereas that requires iron rods. Actually, doing it this way, while it'll be an extra step, would potentially be cheaper on raw iron. Lots of steel rods versus that produces more. Have I got my math wrong somehow? shouldn't be true. Iron rods is 15 and 15. Steel rods is 48. I've got that wrong way round. 12 ingots, 48 outputs. So did I also get the cast wrong? No, that's correct. That's the right way round. Was there anything else in here we modified? No. And this one we're fairly sure is right as well. Okay, let's try that again. So we need 3 of these. Better. Three of these to make the rods needed for the screws. But I think we still just cast them. What else is going to need steel rods? Rotors, is it? Or modular frames? Which? What uses them? Yeah, rotors use them. And or modular frames as well, actually. Without having any other recipes. But rotors aren't going to be using them because we're going to use copper instead. We really don't need many iron plates. Yeah, we're not making iron rods. So 16 screw casts, 16 iron plates. That's still going to leave us with some extra ingots to work with. Eight beams, 8 pipes. That saturates that. Although that's not including any steel rods. I'm not sure. Right, we should also consider production for encased steel industrial beams, which we don't need for this, but we're probably going to need for later. So 8 beams, 4 pipes, 4 steel rods. I don't mind if we have a surplus of resources at the minute. I'm just trying to figure out what size factory to actually make. I would like some more reinforced iron plates, modular frame production. 4 iron plates, 4 modular frames, 2 copper rotors. Two stators so we can start getting a backlog of them. That hasn't made anything above them. Start running out. That's going to be, I think, just straight up 4, isn't it? Limestone. This is actually a production for a different part. Do we have sufficient limestone over there? Or yeah, we have 2 mines over there that we can make. Okay, yeah, that's going to be fine. Strictly speaking, we're actually going to have 4 of these. We just have 2 locally, and then we'll have some additional over there. So for the sake of argument, say 8. 4 here, 4 there. We won't be using the entirety of the limestone mines, but that's no big shakes. Okay, I think we have our numbers. There's room in there to expand. But those numbers look good to me. So let's start making some tweaks so that since we quite literally have none of this built yet, and this is what this is for. I actually don't mind too much if we overbuild in places. So for example, the copper sheets, in order to keep everything even, I wouldn't mind making 8 lots of them, which will consume more copper than we have. But the idea would be that the system would self-balance itself out, because we'd run them through the it's like 2 lots through sheets and 2 lots through wires, or 2 lots through wires and then 1 lot through sheets in terms of the outputs from the copper mines. So it will get starved for resources while it's filling up the containers that's going to keep all of our resources. Okay. We have plans. That actually brings us to tea time. Did you done? You did done. Okay. I think before that, though, you are literally sitting on the edge here and can't go over any further. That's fine. We could bring you further this way. We're not planning on going down here. Okay, that works. You're only outputting 10 per second, so can you do that straight? You could do it straight if you wanted to, but I'm more than happy for you to do it. And they are all... Ooh, will you clip this? You might clip that. I'm not a fan of things clipping too much. I might be able to live with that. If I wanted to build foundations down here, where would the... Okay. I mean, I could pick the entire thing up. Am I allowed to pick it up still? Yes, we could pick it up. But I think I'll leave it as it is. Might blow up some rocks, but... So the plan was that we would have the awesome sink, or an awesome sink, here. Maybe a bit further across. Because we're also going to need to eventually bring things over from this side. I may pick it up to put it on a platform. To put it on foundations that are lined up with that. Shift the entire thing back slightly. Okay, yes, let's pick it up. Clear out some additional space. Now that we know exactly what we're doing, or at least very near to exactly what we're doing. Why not? Looks like it's going to hurt to clean this stuff up as well. Okay, so how much of this stuff is explodable? How did we never notice that cave? Maybe we did notice that cave and just forgot. There we go. A wee bit clearer. Okay, you have my curiosity. The devil is down here. It's got to be just slugs, because otherwise we would have got a ping from the Somas loops and other things. Have we really not been down here? Now it looks familiar. No, we haven't been down here before. Where'd you go? We are a little short on mycelia, so we may as well grab a little bit extra while we're here. Going down. Okay, and comes up on another side. That isn't a special location. We've almost certainly driven past that at some point. Okay. Foundations. We can modify those. A bit of extra space around here. I think I might be okay with it being here instead. I never actually checked what happened to that and whether or not it moved. No, this all still works. Okay. Now we want to put the awesome sink here-ish. Good. That's in line with that. And on the back of it, we can still pipe things over to here. Do we need? No. We don't need a too tall buffer. Okay. Now we need some smart filters. Why are you not snapping? A bit too tight. May need to have this increase in altitude quicker because I still think that's going to clip depending on what's on that belt. I mean, we could make the entire thing neater by having this output to the side and shifting all of them along a bit. I mean, strictly speaking, we could do a 3x3, but then that's just going to make the actual filter at the bottom a pain in the arse. So, I think we have it that way instead. It's probably a better way of thinking about this. There we go. Yeah, slightly too close. That can be made to work, but I would like to actually be able to see the belt. That's too close to do that, but that's fine. We can bring it around and up. That might be too close. Can't go up on a bend. Greetings, hello there. Let's take it up and then around. Will probably look nicer. Prevent it from clipping. Okay. And then we need to re-merge them at some point over here, since this is all overflow. God damn it, I got it backwards. Okay, that'll work better. You come around into here, you come into here. You may need... I mean, you'll go in, but I may need to give you an additional... Ah, not far enough over. There we go. And then all of this feeds into here. Yes, we may as well set this up now. We are going to want another merger here. At most they're outputting at 10 each, so yep, that'll be 30. Let's get these configured. Left is overflow. Left is overflow. Oh, no, this one is right. Right is overflow. Okay, now we just need the rest of the factory to actually be able to feed this thing. Oh, bollocks. That's what I get for building from a distance. Okay. Now we need to start working on the stuff that will feed these things. Interesting, I thought these were placed more central than this. I mean, it's not a big deal. They don't have to be central. Yeah, I'll worry about it when I get my break, because it is time for break and tea. So, I will be right back in about be 20 minutes while I get myself something to eat, something to drink, and do other things. So I will see you in a bit. Okay, I'm back. Fresh cup of tea, belly filled. Okay. Did I just accidentally type in Discord? No, okay, good. Right. Just while I'm staring at it. We would have to do that. That. And that, or actually it would be better if we go 2 to 1. There we go. And now we have a way up and down. Want to have the VoD going that way, or do I want VoD connected here? Either way, we did decide that we was in fact going to move these over slightly. Ah, they were supposed to be shifted apart. I must have got it misaligned on one side and shifted it over by too much. There we go. Okay, smart plating, put that in, 2 of these. This is the one that needs all 3. This just needs the loop. Strictly speaking, I don't need this producing this much, but I want them all outputting at 10. So that's them configured temporarily. Now we need to... we can't do that while they don't have power. Which does remind me. Where's the power pole on that? Through the other side. Of course it is, just to make things awkward. Okay, not that any of this is actually connected to power currently. I don't think that is anywhere near close enough to run the power over here. We need to make the decision as to whether or not to have the road here. We already have a road. Excuse me, we already have a road going straight away through the middle. That's what this is for. I would kind of like to keep the road going straight away through the middle of the factory, so I think... Just so that we can mark where road is supposed to be. Damn it. Now, do we bring this out and around, or do we bring it straight the way through? It goes right by that building, so I think we go it straight the way through, which means we probably extend this out to here. Which means we may actually be able to do 444. Okay. Yes, well, I remember that I have that in my inventory. Let's throw them into here. Although this is currently powered to do anything with them. Okay. Now, do we want to work entirely backwards? No, because we're running out of some materials. We're running out of reinforced plates specifically. I don't think we have any more spare, so we should probably... get that done first. Looks like we're also gone through our collection of plates again. I know we did have some links still in our inventory. Yes, we're starting to eat through our emergency supply of reinforced plates. Cilia goes in there. That log goes upstairs. Stinger. Hammer shard. Okay. We don't have any actual doors yet. So, according to our spreadsheet, we're planning to make 16 lots of plates. So we need to allocate locations for 8 of these. And this is going to give us two and a half tier 2 belts worth. Do we want to go 16 then? Do we want to do multiples of 6? Make it 12 instead. For now. Give us a tier 2 belts worth. One, two, three, four, five, six. Now we can get bit more space between them. 1, 2. 1, 2. 1, 2. 1, 2. We can in fact get yet more space between them.
3. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. Still doesn't quite line up. We could go 4, but we would have to start shunting these closer to the wall. Let's just move everything that way by 1. Bar this one. Because if we put a wall there, it comes out both ends. We can just do it this way instead. Just move the slightly bigger gap to the middle. Okay. Now, do we stack or do we mirror? If we mirror, then these would need to be placed here. What do you mean you can't line up with both of them? There's no reason you shouldn't be able to line up with both of them. Thank you. Okay, and then we would have mergers straight the way down here, and the output going that way. And if in the future we want to increase, we can go up here. Right. These produce at 20 each. 40. That'll be 80. That's 120. Only 160. That'll be 200. And that'll be 240. Did I make... Okay, no, that is the right type of belt. Well, we could connect to 6 and then link them up along the outside,
There is going to be a roof on this. I would like a light on it, so we should probably work on the principle of we connect 4 up with each of these. Why are you there? You're there because of where I put it on the outside. I might tweak that. And then that gives us 1 for light and then 1 to connect along. This one just needs to be an internal outlet. And then that leaves each of these with a free connector to connect to a ceiling light at some point when this place has a roof of some description. We probably are going to have to build this upwards at some point. Do I just want to put the roof on it now so we have a second floor? Even if we're not using the second floor? Not without starting to get those additional resources we need. Let's get all of these fed. These need to be fed with one of the outputs from our load balancer. Okay. Excuse you. I do believe I had control pressed. And so you should not have done that. Actually, I didn't have control pressed. I was just assuming that I was lined up correctly. I am filling your head with lies. the server die? Sure what that was. I may have moved too far away. No, I think we're okay. I'm thinking, because we also need to have screws. All three of those belts from outside want to be coming inside one way or another. Do I want to connect them, or attach them to the wall, or attach them to this? There's no way to do this without it clipping in some way, shape or form. If we put it down to 2 windows, then does that put the windows closer together? No, the windows stay the same apart. So if we replace this with this, and then do that. I mean, there's an alternate way of doing this. They can dangle like this. Good. Are you remotely central? No, I didn't think you were. We actually would need to go into another splitter first. One attached to the wall, in fact. Okay, good. Ah, too far. There we go. Panel produces 240 plates per minute. Now we need to take those over to the other side of the building. Ah, damn it. That's not actually going through the central part of this. The center would be here. We allocated making 16 lots of screw casts to produce 800 screws. Per second. $7.20. What's 4 lots of we may actually have to take one of these upstairs and make another lot. 720 plus 240 is 960. Which if we make 19 screw casts we get close to. If we make 20 we make 1,000, which is more screws than we can belt out. If I was going to make 1,000 using the other way, or 2,000 rather, then we would need more than 20. We would need 28, 25. We need 25 rather than 20. Four lots of 5. We know that we can get 8 across this comfortably. We can make 2 rows, which make 16. 16 is enough. It's still 800. But that still requires 4 belts. There is, in theory, just enough space there to make or put 20 down. But I don't think I want to put 20 down on just one floor because it's going to squash things together. I'd rather have a little bit more breathing space like this one here. Certainly around the outsides. So we either go with 16 on the bottom floor and acknowledge that one of those belts is only going to be partially filled. Or we go up to another floor and make 200 and acknowledge that we're going to be making more, or make 20 constructors and acknowledge that one of them, or we're going to be, or we're not going to have enough throughput on the belts to shift them all. Could go to 18 though, that'll more nicely fill it, but it does mean that we're going to be a little bit squished for space. Okay, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. In theory it's less of a problem on this side because we don't need to get the belt around the edge. The belts are coming in from over this roof. This is the central point. Stitching them all together is going to be a problem. These produce 50 each. So we need 5 to go into 1. Which is not going to be easy if we only have the amount of space in the center that we've given here. Because ideally we'd then want 2 rows of these side by side. So we would need to squish things back a bit. We're doing 1 belt along this bit and then 1 along here. I want that underneath. I actually want it here. I wonder if the similar trick will work. We need to bring it closer, but this would work. Or we could just bring it down and in to a splitter here in the middle. This is the one in the middle though. Feed that into a splitter. Evenly send it out each side. Rather than up there. The important thing would just be to have this here. Come over to here. Tier 3 conveyor belt, conveyor left, bring it down. Okay, that's not as encroaching as I thought it would be, so I think we can probably do it here without too much trouble. And then bring this in a little bit. So rather than it being there, we'll move it to here. That time I absolutely was holding down control. Okay. What's the input speed of each of these? We need 1.25 per minute. We are going to have spare screws or spare iron ingots on these lines. And let me just quickly calculate this. 12.5 per minute for each. Times 18. We could do this all with a single line. That doesn't seem right. That can't be right. What math have I got wrong? $12.5 times 18 would run off a single line, but that is not what it says on my spreadsheet. What else would be eating iron ingots? We're not making any iron rods. C3, C7, C15. C3. So that's plates, that's rods. I'm not factoring in the consumption of the... While we're producing... Yeah, that's the problem. The problem is actually that that doesn't have enough iron connected to it. Because these convert 3 to 1, or 3 to 2 rather, and while they output a full belt's worth, that means they're going to need a belt and a half input. So we actually do need another half belt worth. So this lot is going to use more than we've given it room for. I think that would be the way to do it. If we get rid of this and then just run the other one around, then, well, we're not going to be using the full capacity of these two lines. If I wanted to use the full capacity, what would I need to do? Make these by 8. Rather than 12, make them 16. But we're already producing twice as many plates than we actually need for everything. Okay, if we double the amount of reinforced plates we're making at the other end, I'm going to have to tear all of this up now, aren't I? Then we use all the plates we're making. If we then change this so we have 16 of them, then that's going to use up the overwhelming majority of our iron, which is fine. But it means that one line of these will in fact feed all of them. Okay. Let's tear this side down, now that we've figured out that we'd mathed wrong. Okay, dismantle filter. Okay, these ones can still be the same distance away from the wall that we had them. That's not going to be a problem. But we want to be doing it this way now. 8 of them. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. And this will output us basically a belt and a half. if that. No, not even that. A Belton 60. I want to go straight over the top in the middle. Okay. That should be 60. So this one needs to be 120. That one needs to be 120 as well. That's 60. And that wants to be 120. Okay, that should balance. We're not going to have enough of these anymore. Okay, same thing again. Wants to go there. Did I position these in the right positions on this side? Yes. Okay. Now, what we're going to do about lighting. Let me get rid of this lot for now. Okay, so that should work for feeding all of these. I'm going to need take that down. And that one. And it's going to have to go here instead. Okay, all ready and waiting to go. We are out of cables. Oh, we weren't actually out as many as I thought we were in the system. Okay. So, this being the case, then we kind of do want the splitter here. Because we're going to need to run it to the other side as well. That isn't quite central. Where was that? Am I not going to be able to get it central? Or was I just not paying attention first time and it was actually central? I wasn't paying attention first time and it was central. My bad. Okay. I don't know what kind of range the ceiling lights have. Organization, isn't it? Oh, this wants to be further over this way. Possibly wanted to be a bit higher than that. I know that you can configure them, that's what the configure thingy is for. I think I am better with ceiling lights, I think. Just takes a moment or two for the lighting to update properly, I think. Yeah, that's all right. It's a wee bit bright directly underneath it, but in all for all intents and purposes, we're probably not going to be down this line at any point. So we would need to, or the next thing we need to do is bring power over here, which I may just bring around the wall. Before that, We do not have sufficient things left to finish that. But let's start mirroring everything over on here as well. It's coming down the middle. These are lined up just behind them. Oh wait, no, we've not moved these back yet. We want to be... I want to say that's wrong. We want to be there. And hopefully that'll give us enough space in here to have 2 lines of mergers. We don't necessarily need specifically 2 lines of mergers, we just need to be able to get 2 sets of belts next to each other. So we can feed 5 into one of these, and then this can come out and it's going to feed into this one. Makes another 5. Oh, we've done something wrong there. 1, 2, 3. Ah, right, because we're only doing 9 of them. We're only doing 9 rather than 10. Which means we can saturate 4 belts, or almost saturate 4 belts. We're going to have to do some weird stuff. Because these each output 50. I mean, we could overclock them so they output 60 apiece. We could do that. That is a thing we could do. And if they output 60 apiece, then we don't need... And that gives them 15 inputs each. My spreadsheet doesn't allow me to count for this. But even then, 15... If it's 15, that's 4, 4, 8. Yes, so that would still be 1 full belt. 8 lots, 4 full belts on output. So once again, we rip everything up. Now that we have a slight change of plan. Yes, okay. I think we may still need to give them this kind of space in the middle, because we are going to need to have them next to each other. No, that's enough room to... It depends whether I want to have a 4 stack. Do we want to have a 4 stackers of belts? Or do we want 2 stacks of belts? Do we want 1, 2, 3, 4, or do we want that? If we want to be really cheeky, that's where the belts will be clipping into each other. I'm not against a 4 stack, but I think I prefer 2 stacks. Well, they don't need to be this far apart, but the problem is now they're not evenly spaced. There we go. We'll shift everything over a little bit so that we have room around the back here. These are backwards. Okay, if we make an adjustment to the spreadsheet, which doesn't allow us to overclock, if I just manually say we're now going to make 60 screw cast at 25, or at 15 ingots, That is overusing the belt. That doesn't seem right. Why would that be overusing? All right, because it still says we're making 16 lots of them rather than, or 18 lots rather than 16. There we go. Perfect usage. Okay. Let's configure one of these. You are making alternate screws, you're using one of these, you are overclocking. By that amount. Copy. 72. Paste. Excellent. Too sharp? Okay, no, it's not too sharp. Okay, that'll do the trick. And that'll be 4 lots of screws. We do still need to feed all of these. Ah. That's why I was kind of putting that there. Fair. Fair. I was putting that there because we ideally need to have this one go up there so that we can get things underneath it. Okay. Okay, yeah, let's wire these up. We are desperately short on this stuff. Okay, now we need to feed them again. How do we wish to do this? We need to still have a splitter. So I think we stay the course. We re-implement this just in the same location as this one is. So that's just after, or just there-ish. Although that's coming from the wrong direction. Okay, splitter. Good. These need feeding at 15 apiece, so 4 of them is 60. So we shouldn't need to do a tier 2 for anywhere other than here. I think the problem is I'm placing it too quickly. Server's not having a chance to catch up when I do that. Okay, so that'll be this side done. We do not have enough of this to get over to the other side. But we can get things ready. Okay, it's all belted up. The only thing we're missing is the vertical. We'll replace this with a tier 2 once we actually have the materials to make a tier 2. It is going to have to come right the way up to the edge. Even then that's too close. Is there a better way of doing this? Nope, not really. Okay. I've been very quiet for a while I've been focusing on this. Now that we know what we're doing, where everything goes. Now I'm doubtful that that one over there is actually central. Are you central? Did I actually put you in the right place? Yeah, you're fine. You're fine. Now, do we take the power around the edge? I think we do. Everything here is ready, and since we badly need something constructed. That's very... we're missing the plates. We have to manually make 4 plates. Oh, we didn't do that, did we? We still need the plates. The screws are the things that we're mostly missing. So let's drop you here. Suppose we have spare wire. We could just stitch them so we can get some spares. You in range? Get us some spares and then we can get everything up and ready and then kick the entire thing off. I still don't know what I'm going to do about getting screws, because the plan would be to... the initial plan was to have a storage area somewhere, and for everything to go over there first and foremost and then go out to other locations. I need to quickly go to the toilet. I'll be right back. Sorry about that, I'm back. No wonder things were quiet, I accidentally muted the music. Okay. That gives us something to work with. We can probably... How the devil did you get inside? You must have walked from all the way over there. Okay. That allows all of this to operate at full speed. Now let me find a power pole. How much power is all of this going to consume? More than anything, I'm concerned about the fact that I've overclocked a bunch of things. Max consumption, we've still got some leeway. Not a massive amount. Less than I would like. How much power do you consume? And can I configure you by actually just getting close to you? No. I do need the light configuration thingy. Ah, right, yes, we need to do this. These output 20 apiece. So 6 of them is 120. Yeah, we probably should put them onto... Yeah, evenly split them onto 2 tier 3 belts. And then load balance them. Which is something we haven't made yet. We haven't made a 2x2 load balancer. They're fairly easy to make. It's the 3x3 ones that are a bit of a pain. Okay, that's 40, that's 80. That's 120. 40, 80, 120. Something slightly above 120. Oh, you're straight, that's why you're being a bit derpy. Oh, how the hell did I manage to put a ceiling mount there? On the floor? This is not what we was after. There we go. 40, 80, 120. Do we have room enough to put a load balancer here? We have the 2 things. We need to put them into 2 splitters and into 2 mergers. I didn't really want to entirely block off the path here. Is this floor here at this level for a reason? Probably. It might not be. It might just be I've been there for Are you immortal? Like the other rock on the other side that we can't destroy? There's so many of your kind that we can blow up. But that one cannot. Rest in peace. Your service is duly noted. We are going to have to modify that belt. Okay, so we have a little bit more room to make this a little bit neater. This is the nicer way of doing it. There we go. Better load balancer. That being the case... I don't like this being unsupported here. Okay, let's fix this, and then we shall fire everything up. Ah, there's a problem I didn't think about. Wait, no, you shouldn't be one of those. Can I in situ replace you? No. We'd have to rip them down and rewire them. We didn't make the same mistake over here, did we? I think that'll be because one of them... Oh, yeah. One of them does in fact want to be a bi-direction or a double one. And when we wired it up, we must have grabbed that thing. Which one of them is it? I think it's the one on the far side. Yeah, it's that one there. I think this only... Oh no, this one does need to be a... Okay, let's get this rewired in the inside. Am I going to have to put you out your misery? Don't grumble at me. You're the one that decided to climb into my factory and then climb on top of one of my facilities, and now you've got yourself all trapped and stuck. It's not my fault. You're the one that's stupid. What do you mean this factory wasn't here yesterday? We've been here 36 hours. Of course it was here yesterday. There we go. All wired up again. How many ingots of iron did we accidentally pick up? Okay, let's get this reconnected. That goes to there. That goes to there. Right, we need to make a tweak on the inside. As nice an idea as this was, it does not work in this current layout. We need them down. Why I didn't notice that when I was placing them, I do not know. But we can do it this way instead. Okay, now we can connect them up. Which one to which one? Well, how the devil did I manage that? That's not how that goes. That was connected from the outside. We managed to connect that through the fucking wall. This connects to there. That's what it's supposed to be doing. Better. Gonna take some time to saturate the belts. But it shouldn't be a balancing issue. He says, but this does look like it's stuttering slightly. It doesn't need this, but well, in theory it shouldn't need this. Just to make sure it doesn't stutter like that. And they can just flow. I think it's still going to stutter slightly. There's probably nothing we can do about that. Okay. Four-way load balancer on that thing. Do I even want to attempt that? I don't think we can do a four-way load balancer. We'd have to do... It would be better to do two-way load balancers. Those belts are saturated though. The biggest problem is that if we want these to go into a storage first, we're actually going to need two storage containers. Two large storage containers for the screws. If we take them to the containers first. So I may not actually do that. I may scrap that idea. And take it to the containers last. We still only have... Oh, we have enough for two of these. Just because we are out of them. spaghetti it. It's a temporary solution. In fact, even with the spaghetti, I think that works because the plates are flat. That does in fact work. Again, all temporary, just because we need some more of them. Okay, that'll do for now. Get some extra of those going. Right. This middle section here I'm more inclined to use for, well, that sort of thing. Intermediary iron products. Don't know what about to use this for. We do have the space here to double these buildings up if we want to. We can invert them and things. Okay, we can hook that up to there when we're ready to power up the copper. Copper all comes out this side. For the sake of argument, we're not allowed to build there. Still gives us, if we want, this entire area here. I don't think we can go down any lower than that. Yeah, no. That is the lowest we can go. I have a different idea for this little raised area here. I think we can leave it. Maybe we'll put some trophies or things here. Those things you can buy from the awesome shop. We have so much space. Do we really want to add another building over here to do the stuff with copper. Versus looking to use the space here. I suppose the problem we have is the level of the floor in this bit. Yes. I meant to put it back to the way that it was. We can extend it out this way a bit, but we immediately hit sand here. Unless we bring it in a little bit here. But then we've got space. How many factories would we be looking to make here? If this is copper production stuff, then 16 wire producers, 4 cable producers, 6 copper sheet producers. We do have to remember that we do want the road to continue going. Make copper sheets here, there's the space for it. Wires. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Nope, we can't because of this. We have to keep going that way. And make cables here. We would have nothing to do with that, but I didn't quite realize exactly how much space we had. We have a lot more space than I was anticipating for, which is a good problem to have. Too much space is a lot easier to do, or a lot easier than not enough space. I mean, we can go all the way over here. The road was supposed to go along there, that's fine. We do still need to bring the steel in some way. Okay. 8 buildings to make reinforced plates. 4 buildings to make modular frames. So 12. 2 for rotor copper. So 14. In case industrial beams aren't made here. 2 for stators. So 16. We need enough space in this area to place and feed 16 of these. 6 there, which means we can probably get 6 on this side. There's double the room, so we can get 12. Okay, we have enough space here to build all of these that we want to be able to. And we don't actually have to have just buildings all the way along. We can make a copper building over there and then just have a road and feed it over here. We don't need necessarily all of this stuff as it is. We can probably have plate production over there. How much stuff would we need to get that many industrial plates going over there? Two lots of screws, one belt of plates. Yeah, two belts of screws, one belt of plates. To get the 8 of them. Still thinking about overflows and feeding them in, or how to feed them into storage crates or whatever that building is called. What is it called? It isn't at the very bottom. Where are you? An arbitrary location in here. There it is, Dimensional Depot. Choices. I'm going to need to think about this. We are technically at the end of the episode. I suppose that's where we could use this area for storage. Or we could put storage here. Nah. Too many options. Too much space to work with. Why don't I make this a little L shape? This is perfectly reasonably sized to actually just make it a square. Because what I was initially thinking was using the roof and walls to route all of this stuff into containers and then have, or into a specific storehouse that has all the containers in it, and then routing out from the other side of the containers into all of this. Now that would be fine if all of these were on a single belt, or on 2 belts. Because then we could have 2 in, 2 outs, not a problem. And we'll be able to do that once we get plastic. I think it's plastic. I can't remember what the tier 4 belt requires, but we get access to it after we've completed this phase. We could research it, get the milestone for it. At which point, then, that comes down to 2 belts. That could, in theory, be made into 1 belt. Okay, I was a little curious for a second because some of these are showing blue rather than yellow. The yellow ones I think must be full, and then the blue ones are the ones that are operating but they're blue because they're overclocked, like these. How many resources would we want to put into plates, rods? Well, rods are actually going to be coming in from steel production. Maybe I should go do that next because I've got a better idea of what that's going to be. Yeah, at the very least, let's head over there. We'll eyeball that. We'll think about that. I think we're a little bit too late to be, or late in the day to be starting another project anyway. Another part of the build. Because we ain't going to get it finished. Hey, the ladder's actually on the right side this time round. Could belt things over. So yeah, the plan is going to be that everything made with steel is going to be produced up there, one way or another. And then I was going to have it tractored down and then into 4 separate depots, which is what would need to do that in order to properly filter the inputs that we're going to be having. Because we have steel pipes, steel plates, isn't it? Is it called steel plates? Are they steel plates? They don't look like plates. Steel beams, encased beams, and then we're actually going to have iron bars coming from over here because we're going to be making iron bars using steel. Why was that not connected anymore? I think we did deliberately disconnect it while we figured out lengths, didn't we? Okay, fair enough. Nothing to be worried about. What did I leave in you? I think I left some iron in you, didn't I? Yeah, that's fine. Okay, we have 2 nodes over here. There's another 2 nodes over there. Let's make some room. There's a decent amount of space here between the nodes. We will have to run one of them around to the other side, but that's fine. Okay. We're probably going to have to pop a couple of these rocks. Because this does represent kind of the top point of this area. And some of those rocks poke out a little. Some of this stuff is to the side, but some of it is potentially viable buildable area. You're fine. Actually, what we should look at is where is... Oh, that's a pain in the ass. This is where the world grid is. In before one part of this is going to allow just a few to peek through. Okay. The angle of this to the world grid is annoying. Okay, so we don't need to trim any more off of there. Where are... That goes slightly higher. So we can get to there. The base needn't be square or flat. We are looking at a lot of room here. There's a lot more up here than a lot more space up here than first seems. So we probably don't need this lot. We are going to have to bring over one of those lots of iron over to here. And we can build all the way over to here without issue. Oopsie daisy. Sorry, big tree, I actually didn't intend to cut you down. How the hell do you get caught in that? I kind of wanted to leave you. Are you okay? That's not how you get through that. I'm sure it'll phase through it eventually. Yes, lots of space. Now we have the same problem here. What to do with all the space? I believe we needed 8. 16. We needed 16 tier 2 furnaces. How big are we looking for that? Do we want to do it? The output of this would be 3 tier 2, 3 tier 3 belts worth. But the output speed is annoying because it's 45 per, which doesn't nicely round. So we'd have to do some, we'd have to output onto 4 belts and do some load balancing. But we don't have a 4 to 3 load balancer. You can't do that easily. The math works nicely, but how do we do this? How do we split? That's it. We split one of them into 3 and then add that to the other 3 belts. Because that would be That's the awkward way around doing it. So you have 5 plus 1, and then that plus 1 splits into 3 and goes into each of them. And that, in theory, should do it. So you go 45 times 5 plus 15, 240. Or, yes, we could just get rid of that one and overclock them so that one of them produces an extra 15. That's also a way around that we could do it. Is there a nicer way of doing this? If we overclock 3 of them... I wish it would show me the increased power consumption without it needing to be running, because it's not linear anymore, is it? It didn't used to be linear in the first place. I forgot, damn it, I forget how they change the power consumption of these things when overclocked. How do they increase the power when overclocked? Is it still exponent or significantly more power for the speed, or is it linear? This is a test we're going to need to run. We have power here. And we have some spare iron ore, so we can do with this. Okay, iron ore, copy, paste, paste. You get 1. You get 1. You go up to max. You go up to 25. Oh wait, couldn't I? Ah no, last time we tried this it didn't work either because the grid recognised there was no power. Yeah, consumption 12. It needs to actually run to give me the figure. That's 4. Let me quickly put this in a notepad. 100 for 120, 5.4, 150. 6.8. $200, 10, 250, 13.4. Now we run those numbers through a calculator. Which way round do we divide it? 25. It's actually, by the looks of it, it is technically more power efficient to overclock. Unless, well, my math might be backwards, because I did 100 divided by 4. Yeah, I've done that division backwards, haven't I? Should be 4 divided by 100, which will give me the amount of power per percentage. I don't do the other way around. The percentage per amount of power. So it's 4 divided by 100. Okay, so at 100% it's 4 per percentage, at 200% it's 5 or 0.05 per percentage, so it is 25% more power for double speed per operation. Methinks. So yeah, the additional power usage isn't that much. I mean, we could have just paid attention to the fact 100's at 4 and 200's at 10. So that's an extra 25% extra power. So overclocking isn't actually that bad for power, and nowhere near as bad as it used to be. So we can't get these to a nice good number though. We can only get near to a good number. If we overclock all of them by this amount, then we would only need 4 of them. 12 of them total. Or we could keep the plan of using 5 and overclock. If we have 5 of them, we need... That's a good point. What would be the output target if we had 5 of them and we overclocked all 5 of them? And then we need 48. Overclock them all by 7%. Now I'm curious. Overclocking 5 by that versus overclocking 4 by a higher amount. We can get that precise with it. Confirmation 48. If that's an invalid aim location, then it's probably too far away. We don't have the spare coal, do we? We only have like 3 coal in here. Let's go quickly get a little bit of extra coal so we can test this. I'm curious. Are we technically better off overclocking 4 of them at a higher overclock power? Or are we better off overclocking 5 of them at a lower power? Let's get 12, so it will run twice. Let's see how the maths plays out. While I'm looking at it and thinking about it. Okay, it can go there. $24.4. No, that's 23.4, wasn't it? 23.4, and that is 133.35. Which is a total power usage of 93.6. $17.4 at 106.66. 17.4 times 5. Okay, yeah, it is slightly less power, not by much. It's 87 versus 93. So we'll go with the idea that there'll be 5 at 1.6.6. Although the fact it's 6.6 makes me think it's 6.6666. Okay, and if I wanted to use this area back here, you're kind of in the way. And me. Just build in here. We need 3 lots of it. We can get 5 to fit here. We do have a bit more space this way to give us additional clearance. So I think we do what we did for the iron and the other ones, and we will stack them. Okay, we could have actually, they might actually fit neatly, relatively speaking. They do fit neatly in that. Well, it works for me. Copy. Paste. Paste, paste. How to input in the back of these? Giving ourselves plenty of space to work with. And then something like that all the way along. Duplicate 5 times, duplicate 3 times. Seems like a plan. Why does it look like you could get in the back here? Steps to get in here. This gives our template. Just thinking about the connection from the wall. We have given this plenty of space. We have plenty more space to build in. We should not be concerned about that. And do we want to do it this way? I think yes, we want to do it that way. All right. I think that'll do us for today. We've made some decent progress. We've still got a long way to go. We've not started copper production yet. Obviously, we've only just started on steel production, and the intent is that we will replicate this 3 times upwards, since we are going to be since that's a pure node, that's a pure node, those 2 are pure nodes. Basically, there's 4 pure nodes here. And then we're going to overclock the miners that are down there, so that we have 3 lots of or 3 full tier 3 belts of coal, so that we end up with 3 full tier 3 belts of steel, and each line of these will produce us with 1 belt of steel. That's the plan, and I will think about what we're going to do down over the main base for copper and the other stuff. Hopefully I will have a solution for Saturday. That's when the next stream will be. So yes, thank you very much for watching. Hope you enjoyed the show. We'll be back again on Saturday from 4 PM BST. 4 PM, I keep saying that. 1400, 2 PM BST. So hopefully we'll see you next time. Cheerio.